The moment is upon us, Kairos has arrived. Welcome everyone to Chimaeras of the Void. Today we will be continuing on with our delve into Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. We should be starting the first chapter after the letters by the intrepid sailor on his voyage to the Arctic, and we'll be picking back up in our continuation of Dead Space 2023. We will be, I believe, finally proceeding past the medical pavilion chapter as we get into the engineering section, and things are starting to heat up quite significantly therein. But we then come now to our housekeeping, as per the usual, right before then. To begin with, I think that now that we have had our 2 sessions beforehand and we'll be finishing out our 3rd with Dead Space as per the normal, we will be moving on to another game. I have not exactly decided what it is yet, but I am thinking that it might retain its position in the horror genre to keep with the theme. And while I do have a couple of ideas, we should keep our eyes out for it. And if you have any particular that you would like to recommend, then I might be able to work that in place of what I've got in mind already. But aside from that, I don't believe we've had any other major developments. So that takes us right into getting back with Frankenstein. In such a case, I believe that we're all prepped to start, and let's begin. Part 2 of Frankenstein. Part 2 of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Narrated by Kairos of the Threefold Manifold. December 24th, 2024. Chapter 1. I am by birth a Genevese, and my family is one of the most distinguished of that republic. My ancestors had been for many years counselors and syndics, and my father had filled several public stations with honor and reputation. He was respected by all who knew him for his integrity and indefatigable attention to public business. He passed his younger days perpetually occupied by the affairs of his country. A variety of circumstances had prevented his marrying early, nor was it until the decline of life that he became a husband and the father of a family. Nor was it until the decline of life that he became a husband and the father of a family. As the circumstances of his marriage illustrate his character, I cannot refrain from relating them. One of his most intimate friends was a merchant who, from a flourishing state, fell through numerous mischances into poverty. This man, whose name was Beaufort, was of a proud and unbending disposition, and could not bear to live in poverty and oblivion in the same country where he had formerly been distinguished for his rank and magnificence. Having paid his debts, therefore, in the most honorable manner, he retreated with his daughter to the town of Lucerne, where he lived unknown and in wretchedness. My father loved Beaufort with the truest friendship, and was deeply grieved by his retreat in these unfortunate circumstances. He bitterly deplored the false pride which led his friend to a conduct so little worthy of the affection that united them. He lost no time in endeavoring to seek him out, with the hope of persuading him to begin the world again through his credit and assistance. Beaufort had taken effectual measures to conceal himself, and it was 10 months before my father discovered his abode. Overjoyed at this discovery, he hastened to the house which was situated in a mean street near the Rus. that one up right quick. And let's see. I do believe that's right. And let us resume. Overjoyed at this discovery, he hastened to the house, which was situated in a mean street near the Ruse. But when he entered, misery and despair alone welcomed him. But when he entered, misery and despair alone welcomed him. Beaufort had saved but a very small sum of money from the wreck of his fortunes, but it was sufficient to provide him with sustenance for some months, and in the meantime, he hoped, and in the meantime, he hoped to procure some respectable employment in a merchant's house. The interval was, consequently, spent in inaction. His grief only became more deep and rankling when he had leisure for reflection, and at length it took so fast hold of his mind that at the end of 3 months he lay on a bed of sickness, incapable of any exertion. His daughter attended him with the greatest tenderness. But she saw with despair that their little fund was rapidly decreasing. And that there was no other prospect of support. But Caroline Beaufort possessed a mind of an uncommon mold, and her courage rose to support her in her adversity. She procured plain work, she plaited straw, and by various means contrived to earn a pittance scarcely sufficient to support life. Several months had passed in this manner. Her father grew worse. Her time was more entirely occupied in attending him. Her means of subsistence decreased, and in the 10th month her father died in her arms, leaving her an orphan and a beggar. This last blow overcame her, and she knelt by Beaufort's coffin, weeping bitterly, when my father entered the chamber. He came like a protecting spirit to the poor girl, who committed herself to his care, and after the interment of his friend, he conducted her to Geneva, and placed her under the protection of a relation. 2 years after this event, Caroline became his wife. There was a considerable difference between the ages of my parents, but this circumstance seemed to unite them only closer in bonds of devoted affection. There was a sense of justice in my father's upright mind, which rendered it necessary that he should approve highly, to love strongly. Perhaps during former years he had suffered from the late discovered unworthiness of one beloved, and so was disposed to set a greater value on tried worth. There was a show of gratitude and worship in his attachment to my mother, differing wholly from the doting fondness of age, for it was inspired by reverence for her virtues, and a desire to be the means of, in some degree, recompensing her for her sorrows she had endured, but which gave inexpressible grace to his behavior to her. There was a show of gratitude and worship in his attachment to my mother, differing wholly from the doting fondness of age, for it was inspired by reverence for her virtues, and a desire to be the means of, in some degree, recompensing her for the sorrows she had endured, but which gave inexpressible grace to his behavior to her. Everything was made to yield to her wishes and her convenience. He strove to shelter her, as a fair exotic is sheltered by the gardener, from every rougher wind, and to surround her with all that could tend to excite pleasurable emotion in her soft and benevolent mind. Her health, and even the tranquillity of her hitherto constant spirit, had been shaken by what she had gone through. During the 2 years that had elapsed previous to their marriage, my father had gradually relinquished all his public functions, and immediately after their union, they sought the pleasant climate of Italy, and the change of scene and interest attendant on a tour through the land of wonders, as a restorative for her weakened frame. From Italy, they visited Germany and France. I, their eldest child, was born at Naples, and as an infant accompanied them in their rambles. I remained for several years their only child. Much as they were attached to each other, they seemed to draw inexhaustible stores of affection from a very mine of love to bestow them upon me. My mother's tender caresses, and my father's smile of benevolent pleasure while regarding me, are my first recollections. I was their plaything. And their idol, and something better, their child, the innocent and helpless creature bestowed on them by heaven, whom to bring up to good, and whose future lot it was in their hands to direct, to happiness or misery, according as they fulfilled their duties towards me. With this deep consciousness of what they owed towards the being to which they had given life, added to the active spirit of tenderness that animated both, it may be imagined that while during every hour of my infant life I received a lesson of patience, of charity, and of self-control, I was so guided by a silken cord that all seemed but one train of enjoyment to me. For a long time, I was their only care. My mother had much desired to have a daughter, but I continued their single offspring. When I was about 5 years old, while making an excursion beyond the frontiers of Italy, they passed a week on the shores of the Lake of Como. Their benevolent disposition often made them enter the cottages of the poor. This, to my mother, was more than a duty. It was a necessity, a passion, remembering what she had suffered, and how she had been relieved, for her to act in her turn the guardian angel to the afflicted. During one of the walks, a poor caught in the foldings of a veil. During one of their walks, a poor caught in the foldings of a veil attracted their notice, as being singularly disconsolate, while the number of half-clothed children gathered about it, spoke of penury in its worst shape. One day, when my father had gone by himself to Milan, my mother, accompanied by me, visited this abode. She found a peasant and his wife, hard-working, bent down by care and labor, distributing a scanty meal to 5 hungry babes. Among these was one which attracted my mother far above all the rest. She appeared of a different stock. The 4 others were dark-eyed, hardy little vagrants. This child was thin and very fair. Her hair was the brightest living gold, and despite the poverty of her clothing, seemed to set a crown of distinction on her head. Her brow was clear and ample, her blue eyes cloudless, and her lips and the molding of her face so expressive of sensibility and sweetness, that none could behold her without looking on her as of a distinct species, a being heaven-sent, and bearing a celestial stamp in all her features. The peasant woman, perceiving that my mother fixed eyes of wonder and admiration on this lovely girl, eagerly communicated her history. She was not her child, but the daughter of a Milanese nobleman. Her mother was a German, and had died on giving her birth. The infant had been placed with these good people to nurse. They were better off then. They had not been long married, and their eldest child was but just born. The father of their charge was one of those Italians nursed in the memory of the antique glory of Italy, one among the Schiavi Ognor Framenti, who exerted himself. And I'll be looking that up surely. Though I feel like my pronunciation was pretty close. Hmm. Schiavi on your Frementi. At least 1 out of 3. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. Let's start back again. The peasant woman perceiving that my mother fixed eyes of wonder and admiration on this lovely girl, eagerly communicated her history. She was not her child, but the daughter of a Milanese nobleman. Her mother was a German, and had died on giving her birth. The infant had been placed with these good people to nurse. They were better off then. They had not been long married, and their eldest child was but just born. The father of their charge was one of those Italians nursed in the memory of the antique glory of Italy, one among the Schiavi on your Frementi. Yes, I think I got that right that time. Who exerted himself to obtain the liberty of his country. He became the victim of its weakness. Whether he had died, or still lingered in the dungeons of Austria, was not known. His property was confiscated, his child became an orphan, and a beggar. She continued with her foster parents, and bloomed in their rude abode, fairer than a garden rose among dark-leaved brambles. When my father returned from Milan, he found playing with me in the hall of our villa a child fairer than pictured cherub, a creature who seemed to shed radiance from her looks, and whose form and motions were lighter than the chamois of the hills. The apparition was soon explained. With his permission, my mother prevailed on her rustic guardians to yield their charge to her. They were fond of the sweet orphan. Her presence had seemed a blessing to them, but it would be unfair to her to keep her in poverty and want when Providence afforded her such powerful protection. They consulted their village priest, and the result was that Elizabeth Lavenza became the inmate of my parents' house, my more than sister, the beautiful and adored companion of all my occupations. They consulted the village priest, and the result was that Elizabeth Lavinza became the inmate of my parents' house, my more-than-sister, the beautiful and adored companion of all my occupations and my pleasures. Everyone loved Elizabeth. The passionate and almost reverential attachment with which all regarded her became, while I shared it, my pride and delight. On the evening previous to her being brought to my home, my mother had said playfully, "I have a pretty present for my Victor. Tomorrow he shall have it." And when, on the morrow, she presented Elizabeth to me as her promised gift, I, with childish seriousness, interpreted her words literally, and looked upon Elizabeth as mine, mine to protect, love, and cherish. All praises bestowed on her, I received as made to a possession of my own. We called each other familiarly by the name of cousin. No word, no expression could body forth the kind of relation in which she stood to me, my more-than-sister, since till death she was to be mine only. And let's check the chat right quick. All very well then. Chapter 1. There's a lot of details about Victor and how he grew up in particular. I should specify this will be a recap portion, and then we'll do a response. Chapter 1 gives us a lot of detail about how Victor grew up and what kind of upper-class life that he lived, not to mention the general characteristics of his family, specifically his father and mother. Perfect timing for a vehicle to pass. All right. And how he came... Well, let's readjust the headset right quick. And how they came into possession of his sister, not by birth, but by induction to the family. Not to mention the blooming kind of relationship that they attended in something that was essentially like an arranged marriage. Very differently perceived in today's world, but back in the 1700s, things were quite a bit different, for better and worse in some regards. That being said, it provides a fair window, a framing, for all of the perceptions of our individuals going forward, especially with the fact that the account here is being provided by Victor himself, as it is relayed to us by... I miss his name. Let's see. Yes. By Mr. Saville, the individual who is... the fellow who is upon the fellow making his way towards the Arctic Circle, aboard a sailing ship. Let's see, is there anything in particular to respond to? Well, and in response to it, we can see in it that there was a great deal of poetic affectation that was built into the very fiber of the writing style itself. More than anything else, it provides a near dreamlike quality, as many of these self-accounts tend to, and laces together the lattice upon which the rest of the character of Frankenstein as himself and as the proxy narrator for all of the events to follow is lensing through the world. Specifically, it provides us the seed, the kernel, core of everything that follows in his life, which is something that often goes overlooked in contemporary writing, unless it specifically starts from the point of view of one's childhood in the most intimate fashion, which you only really see in things like young adult fiction and those of its kind. And now on to chapter 2. Chapter 2. Well, before we actually do that, the importance of that is, especially in a strongly character-driven piece, that instead of leaving a lot of things open in the air to discover or speculate about, to fan theory over, where that does have its particular uses, we are shown directly what this character thinks of himself and how that spirals out into the causality of said character. It illuminates the very essence of their perspective. Okay, now back to it. Chapter 2. We were brought up together. There was not quite a year difference in our ages. I need not say that we were strangers to any species of disunion or dispute. Harmony was the soul of our companionship, and the diversity and contrast that subsisted in our characters drew us nearer together. Elizabeth was of a calmer and more concentrated disposition, but with all my ardor, I was capable of a more intense application, and was more deeply smitten with the thirst for knowledge. She busied herself with following the aerial creations of the poets, and in the majestic and wondrous scenes which surrounded our Swiss home, the sublime shapes of the mountains, the changes of the seasons, tempest and calm, the silence of winter, and the life and turbulence of our alpine summers, she found ample scope for admiration and delight. While my companion contemplated with a serious and satisfied spirit the magnificent appearances of things, I delighted in investigating their causes. The world was to me a secret which I desired to divine. Curiosity, earnest research to learn the hidden laws of nature, gladness akin to rapture, as they were unfolded to me, are among the earliest sensations I can remember. On the birth of a second son, my junior by 7 years, my parents gave up entirely their wandering life. And fixed themselves in their native country. We possessed a house in Geneva, and a campagna on Belle Rive, the eastern shore of the lake. at the distance of rather more than a league from my city. We resided principally in the latter, and the lives of my parents were passed in considerable seclusion. It was my temper to avoid a crowd, and to attach myself fervently to a few. I was indifferent, therefore, to my schoolfellows in general, but I united myself in the bonds of their closest friendship to be among but I united myself in the bonds of the closest friendship to one among them. Henry Clerval was the son of a merchant of Geneva. He was a boy of singular talent and fancy. He loved enterprise, hardship, and even danger, for its own sake. He was deeply read in books of chivalry and romance. He composed heroic songs, and began to write many a tale of enchantment and knightly adventure. He tried to make us act plays, and to enter into masquerades, in which the characters were drawn from the heroes of... Ooh. Yeah, that'll require a lookup, too. Roncesvalles. Roncesvalles, of the Round Table of King Arthur, and the chivalrous train who shed their blood to redeem the Holy Sepulchre from the hands of the infidels. He composed heroic songs and began to write many a tale of enchantment, and it's a little too far back. He tried to make us act plays and enter into masquerades in which the characters were drawn from the heroes of Roncesvalles. Good, good, good. Of the Round Table of King Arthur, and the chivalrous train who shed their blood to redeem the Holy Sepulchre from the hands of the infidels. No human being. And just in time for vehicle. But it is just now. Christmas. Makes sense. Yes! I can't believe I had forgotten, so in the housekeeping part of things, or at least the introduction. Happy holidays, everybody! I know it's a bit late into things, certainly in the midst of having a read here, but happy holidays indeed. I hope everybody is having a great time out there and is taking care of themselves, full of time with family and friends, or at least cheer of their own variety. And a gift indeed of the Round Table of King Arthur, and the chivalrous train who shed their blood to redeem the Holy Sepulchre from the hands of the infidels. No human being could have passed a happier childhood than myself. No human being could have passed a happier childhood than myself. No human being could have passed a happier childhood than myself. My parents were possessed by the very spirit of kindness and indulgence. We felt that they were not the tyrants to rule our lot according to their caprice, but the agents and creators of all the many delights which we enjoyed. When I mingled with other families, I distinctly discerned how peculiarly fortunate my lot was, and gratitude assisted the development of filial love. My temper was sometimes violent, and my passions vehement, but by some law in my temperature they were turned, not towards childish pursuits, but to an eager desire to learn, and not to learn all things indiscriminately. I confess that neither the structure of languages, nor the code of governments, nor the politics of various states possessed attractions for me. It was the secrets of heaven and earth that I desired to learn, and whether it was the outward substance of things, or the inner spirit of nature and the mysterious soul of man that occupied me, still my inquiries were directed to the metaphysical, or in its highest sense, the physical secrets of the world. Meanwhile, Clerval occupied himself, so to speak, with the moral relations of things. Clerval. Meanwhile, Clerval occupied himself, so to speak, with the moral relations of things. The busy stage of life, the virtues of heroes, and the actions of men were his theme, and his hope and his dream was to become one among those whose names are recorded in story as the gallant and adventurous benefactors of our species. As the gallant and adventurous benefactors of our species. The saintly soul of Elizabeth shone like a shrine-dedicated lamp in our peaceful home. Her sympathy was ours. The saintly soul of Elizabeth shone like a shrine-dedicated lamp in our peaceful home. Her sympathy was ours, her smile, her soft voice, the sweet glance of her celestial eyes, were ever there to bless and animate us. She was the living spirit of love to soften and attract. I might have become sullen. I might have become sullen in my study, rough through the ardor of my nature, but that she was there to subdue me to a semblance of her own gentleness. And Clerval could aught ill entrench on the noble spirit of could aught ill entrench on the noble spirit of Clerval. Yet he might not have been so perfectly humane, so thoughtful in his generosity, so full of kindness and tenderness amidst his passion for adventurous exploit, had she not unfolded him to the real loveliness of beneficence, and made the doing good the end and aim of his soaring ambition. I feel exquisite pleasure in dwelling on the reconciliations of our childhood, before misfortune had tainted my mind and changed its bright visions of extensive usefulness into gloomy and narrow reflections upon self. Besides, in drawing the picture of my early days, I also record those events which led, by insensible steps, I feel exquisite pleasure in dwelling on the recollections of childhood, before misfortune had tainted my mind, and changed its bright visions of extensive usefulness into gloomy and narrow reflections upon self. Besides, in drawing the picture of my early days, I also record those events which led, by insensible steps, to my after tale of misery. For when I would account to myself for the birth of that passion which afterwards ruled my destiny, I find it arise like a mountain river from ignoble and almost forgotten sources. But swelling, as it proceeded, it became the torrent which, in its course, has swept away all my hopes and joys. Natural philosophy is the genius that has regulated my fate. I desire, therefore, in this narration to state those facts which had led to my predilection for that science. When I was 13 years of age, we all went on a party of pleasure to the baths near Thonon. The inclemency of the weather obliged us to remain a day confined to the inn. Natural philosophy is the genius that has regulated my fate. I therefore desire in this narration to state those facts which led to my predilection for that science. When I was 15 years of age, we all went on a party of pleasure to the baths near Thonon. The inclemency of the weather obliged us to remain a day confined to the inn. In this house, I chanced to find a volume of the works of Cornelius Agrippa. I opened it with apathy. The theory which he attempts to demonstrate, and the wonderful facts which he relates, soon changed this feeling into enthusiasm. A new light seemed to dawn upon my mind, and bounding with joy, I communicated my discovery to my father. My father looked carelessly. My father looked carelessly at the title page of my book, and said, "Ah, Cornelius Agrippa, my dear Victor, do not waste your time upon this. It is sad trash." If, instead of this remark, my father had taken the pains to explain to me that the principles of Agrippa had been entirely exploded, and that a modern system of science had been introduced, which possessed much greater powers than the ancient, and that a modern system of science had been introduced, which possessed much greater powers than the ancient, because the powers of the latter were chimerical, while those of the former were real and practical. Under such circumstances, I should certainly have thrown Agrippa aside, and have contented my imagination, warmed as it was, by returning with greater ardor to my former studies. It is even possible that the train of my ideas would never have received the fatal impulse that led to my ruin. But the cursory glance my father had taken of my volume by no means assured me that he was acquainted with its contents, and I continued to read with the greatest avidity. When I returned home, my first care was to procure the whole works of this author, and afterwards of Paracelsus and Albertus Magnus. I read and studied the wild fancies of these writers with delight. They appeared to me treasures known to few besides myself. I had described myself as always having been imbued with a fervent longing to penetrate the secrets of nature. In spite of the intense labor and wonderful discoveries of modern philosophers, I always came from my studies discontented and unsatisfied. Sir Isaac Newton is said to have avowed that he felt like a child picking up shells beside the great and unexplored ocean of truth. Those of his successors in each branch of natural philosophy with whom I was acquainted appeared even to my boy's apprehensions as tyros engaged in the same pursuit. The untaught peasant beheld the elements around him, and was acquainted with their practical uses. The most learned philosopher knew little more. He had partially unveiled the face of nature. He had partially unveiled the face of nature, but her immortal lineaments were still a wonder and a mystery. He might dissect, anatomize, and give names, but not to speak of a final cause. Causes in their secondary and tertiary grades were utterly unknown to him. I had gazed upon the fortifications and impediments that seemed to keep human beings from entering the citadel of nature, and rashly and ignorantly I had repined. But here were books, and here were men who had penetrated deeper and knew more. I took their word for all that they averred, and I became their disciple. It may appear strange that such should arise in the 18th century, but while I followed the routine of education in the schools of Geneva, I was, to a greater degree, self-taught with regard to my favorite studies. My father was not scientific, and I was left to struggle with a child's blindness, added to a student's thirst for knowledge. My father was not scientific, and I was left to struggle with the child's blindness added to a student's thirst for knowledge. Under the guidance of my new preceptors, I entered with the greatest diligence into the search of the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life, but the latter soon obtained my undivided attention. Wealth was an inferior object, but what glory would attend the discovery if I could banish disease from the human frame and render man invulnerable to any but a violent death? Nor were these my only visions. The raising of ghosts, or devils, was a promise liberally accorded by my favorite authors, the fulfillment of which I most eagerly sought, and if my incantations were always unsuccessful, I attributed the failure rather to my own inexperience and mistake, than to a want of skill or fidelity in my instructors. And thus for a time I was occupied by exploded systems, mingling, like an unadept, 1,000 contradictory theories, and floundering desperately in a very slough of multifarious knowledge, guided by an ardent imagination and childish reasoning, till an accident again changed the current of my ideas. When I was about 15 years old, we had retired to our house near Bellerive, when we witnessed a most violent and terrible thunderstorm. It advanced from behind the mountains of Jura, and the thunder burst at once with frightful loudness from various quarters of the heavens. I remained, while the storm lasted, watching its progress with curiosity and delight. As I stood at the door, on a sudden, I beheld a stream of fire issued from an old and beautiful oak, which stood about 20 yards from our house, and so soon as the dazzling light vanished, the oak had disappeared, and nothing remained but a blasted stump. When we visited it the next morning, we found the tree shattered in a singular manner. It was not splintered by the shock, but entirely reduced to thin ribbons of wood. I never beheld anything so utterly destroyed. Before this, I was not unacquainted with the more obvious laws of electricity. On this occasion, a man of great research in natural philosophy was with us, and, excited by this catastrophe, he entered on the explanation of a theory which he had formed on the subject of electricity and galvanism, which was at once new and astonishing to me. All that he said threw greatly into the shade Cornelius Agrippa, Albertus Magnus, and Paracelsus, the lords of my imagination. But by some fatality, the overthrow of these men disinclined me to pursue my accustomed studies. It seemed to me as if nothing would or could ever be known. All that had so long engaged my attention suddenly grew despicable. By one of those caprices of the mind, which we are perhaps most subject to in early youth, I at once gave up my former occupations, set down natural history and all its progeny as a deformed and abortive creation, and entertained the greatest disdain for a would-be science, which could never even step within the threshold of real knowledge. In this mood of mind, I betook myself to the mathematics and the branches of study appertaining to that science, as being built upon secure foundations and so worthy of my consideration. Thus, strangely are our souls constructed, and by such slight ligaments are we bound to prosperity or ruin. When I look back, it seems to me as if there was. When I look back, it seems to me as if this almost miraculous change of inclination and will was the immediate suggestion of the guardian angel of my life, the last effort made by the spirit of preservation to avert the storm that was even then hanging in the stars and ready to envelop me. Her victory was announced by an unusual tranquility and gladness of soul, which followed the relinquishing of my ancient and latterly tormenting studies. It was thus that I was to be taught to associate evil with their prosecution, happiness with their disregard. It was a strong effort of the spirit of good, but it was ineffectual. Destiny, but it was ineffectual. Destiny was too potent, and her immutable laws had decreed my utter and terrible destruction. And a quick pop back over. Excellent. Okay, let's rehydrate quickly. Take a quick look. Looks like all is well. And let's see. Chapter 2 continues expressing what kind of events that shaped young Victor Frankenstein's life. The ones that took him from child to mystic scholar. From romantic and love-struck youth to a pursuer of physic and metaphysic truth, of sciences that the sciences would never agree with, and even should they, would be considered so blasphemous, so heretic, that they would condemn them on principle alone. And eventually, the discovery that all of the mystic forebears, that all of the mystic antecessors he studied, had little to no practical application. And so instead, a turn to the mathematic. Upon the lattice beginning to weave itself in chapters 1, upon the lattice beginning to weave itself in chapters 1 and 2, we now see behind the lattice woven in chapter 1, and the seeds planted at their base in chapter 2, here in chapter 3, we witness the earliest twinings upon them. In another masterclass demonstration of the progression of an individual character, albeit here in direct expositional prose, it is nonetheless colorfully expressed. Hmm. The fiery drive, the fiery hunger that underlies the true spirit of Frankenstein. I was starting to get into the actual response to it for a bit. In this, it demonstrates the proper progression of a character individually. It doesn't run too long, and it doesn't run too short. It offers just enough colorful, descriptive, illustrative language to give us a real insight into the frame of mind, into the hexes of the character, which is an extremely important concept not only philosophically, but also in story building. Whereas there are many dispositions, diatheses, that come and go. We might call these affects, affectations, things that are passing, but take their place under the reign of causality. Within the characters that we try to build, the hexes, the having, demonstrates the demonstrates instead of the raw clay that a character that is gathered from the ground of the environments, the domain, the universe that the character resides within. The actual bricks that are fired, that are shaped, cut, that are shaped, fired, and lain in mortar, and lain with foundation and into foundation for everything that they say, do, and think going forward. There are many ways to do that. But if you would like to do so, but in the expositional modality, in the manner that we have here, in the form of a timeline, where we want to where we want to narrow down all of the foci that we might have for said universe, offering the effective, offering what is essentially a vertical slice, a cut down like that of a layer cake, to where you can see all of the fine grain of the structure, where you can see all of the grain of that structure, the total build of it, as is being done here, after having set up the universe itself, as has been done in the previous letters, as has been as has been done in the letters of Frankenstein, the novel. You get to see the benefit, while while within that narrow purview, is is of getting to see the whole rather than individual parts, not just from an external, etic perspective, an outsider's look, but an imic, internal, abstract one, in the mode of not just the object of the person, but the subject. And one more check before we move on. Okay, good to go. And right in time for car yet distant. Yeah, I don't think that'll bother us. Chapter 3. When I had attended the age of 7. When I had attained the eight. Something that I have learned is very critical: moisture management in the mouth. The amount of time I have to spend fixing pops and clicks is insane. When I had attained the age of 17, my parents resolved that I should become a student at the University of Ingolstadt. My parents had resolved that I should become a student at the University of Ingolstadt. I had hitherto attended the schools of Geneva, but my father thought it necessary, for the completion of my education, that I should be made acquainted with other customs than those of my native country. My departure was therefore fixed at an early date. But before the day resolved My departure was therefore fixed at an early date, but before the day resolved upon could arrive, the first misfortune of my life occurred, an omen, as it were, of my future misery. Elizabeth had caught the scarlet fever. Her illness was severe, and she was in the greatest danger. During her illness, many arguments had been urged to persuade my mother to refrain from attending upon her. During her illness, many arguments had been urged to persuade my mother to refrain from attending upon her. She had at first yielded to our entreaties, but when she heard that the life of her favorite was menaced, she could no longer control her anxiety. She attended her sickbed. Her watchful attentions triumphed. She attended her sickbed. Her watchful attentions triumphed over the malignity of the distempter. Elizabeth was saved, but the consequences of this imprudence were fatal to her preserver. On the third day, my mother sickened. Her fever was accompanied by the most alarming symptoms, and the looks of her medical attendants prognosticated the worst event. On her deathbed, the fortitude and benignity of this best of women did not desert her. She joined the hands of Elizabeth and myself. My children, she said, my firmest hopes of future happiness were placed on the prospect of your union. This expectation will now be the consolation of your father. Elizabeth, my love, you must supply my place to my younger children. Alas, I regret that I am taken from you, and, happy and beloved as I have been, is it not hard to quit you all? But these are not thoughts befitting me. These are not thoughts befitting me. Ugh. But these are not thoughts befitting me. I will endeavor to resign myself cheerfully to death, and will indulge a hope of meeting you in another world. She died calmly. Her countenance expressed affection even in death. I need not describe the feelings of those who I need not describe the feelings of those whose dearest ties are rent by that most irreparable evil, the void that presents itself to the soul, and the despair that is exhibited on the countenance. It is so long before the mind can persuade itself that it is so long before the mind can persuade itself that she, whom we saw every day, and whose very existence appeared a part of our own, can have departed forever, that the brightness of a beloved eye can have been extinguished, and the sound of a voice so familiar and dear to the ear can be hushed, never more to be heard. These are the reflections of the first days, but when the lapse of time proves the reality of the evil, then then the actual bitterness of grief commences. Yet from whom has not that rude hand rent away some dear connection? Yet from whom has not that rude hand rent away some dear connection? And why should I describe a sorrow which all have felt and must feel? The time at length arrives when grief is rather an indulgence than a necessity, and the smile that plays upon the lips, although it may be deemed sacrilege, is not banished. My mother was dead, but we had still duties which we ought to perform. We must continue on our course with the rest. Cars. We must continue our course with the rest, and learn to think ourselves fortunate, whilst one remains whom the spoiler has not seized. My departure for Ingolstadt, which had been deferred by these events, was now again determined upon. I obtained from my father a respite of some weeks. It appeared to me sacrilege so soon to leave the repose, akin to death, of the house of mourning. It appeared to me sacrilege so soon to leave the repose, akin to death, of the house of mourning, and to rush into the thick of life. It was new to sorrow, but it did not the less alarm me. I was unwilling to quit the sight of those that remained to me, and above all, I desired to see my sweet Elizabeth in some degree consoled. She indeed veiled her grief, and strove to act the comforter to us all. She looked steadily on life, and assumed its duties with courage and zeal. She devoted herself to those whom she had been taught to call her uncle and cousins. Never was she so enchanting as at this time, when she recalled the sunshine of her smiles and spent them upon us. She forgot even her own regret in her endeavors to make us forget. She forgot even in her own regret. She forgot even her own regret in her endeavors to make us forget. The day of my departure at length arrived. Clerval spent the last evening with us. He had endeavored to persuade his father to permit him to accompany me, and to become my fellow student, but in vain. His father was a narrow-minded trader, and saw idleness and ruin in the aspirations and ambition of his son. Henry deeply felt the misfortune. Henry deeply felt the misfortune of being debarred from a liberal education. He said little, but when he spoke, I read in his kindling eye, and in his animated glance, a restraint, but firm resolve, not to be chained to the miserable details of commerce. We sat late. We could not tear ourselves away from each other, nor persuade ourselves to say the word farewell. It was said, and we were retired under the pretense of seeking repose. It was said, and we retired under the pretense of seeking repose, even fancying that the other was deceived. But when, at morning's dawn, I descended to the carriage which was to convey me away, they were all there. My father again to bless me, Clerval to press my hand once more, my Elizabeth to renew her entreaties that I would write often, and to bestow the last feminine attentions on her playmate and friend. I threw myself into the chaise that was to convey me away, and indulged in the most melancholy reflections. I, who had ever been surrounded by amiable companions, continually engaged in endeavoring to bestow mutual pleasure, I was now alone. In the university whither I was going, I must form my own friends, and be my own protector. My life had hitherto been remarkably secluded and domestic, and this had given me invincible repugnance to new countenances. I loved my brothers, Elizabeth and Clerval. These were old familiar faces, but I believed myself totally unfitted for the company of strangers. Such were my reflections as I commenced my journey, but as I proceeded, my spirits and hopes rose. I ardently desired the acquisition of knowledge. I had often, when at home, thought it hard to remain during my youth cooped up in one place, and had longed to enter the world and take my station among other human beings. Such were the reflections as I commenced my journey. But as I proceeded, my spirits and hopes rose. I ardently desired the acquisition of knowledge. I had often, when at home, thought it hard to remain during my youth cooped up in one place, and had longed to enter the world and take my station among other human beings. Now, my desires were complied with, and it would, indeed, have been folly to repent. I had sufficient leisure for these and many other reflections during my journey to Ingolstadt. which was long and fatiguing. At length, at length, the high white steeple of the town met my eyes. I alighted and was conducted to my solitary apartment to spend the evening as I pleased. To spend the evening as I pleased. The next morning, I delivered my letters of introduction and paid a visit to some of the principal professors. Chance, or rather the evil influence, the angel of destruction, which asserted omnipotent sway over me from the moment I turned my reluctant steps from my father's door, led me first to Mr. Crimp. To Mr. Crimp, professor of natural philosophy. He was an uncouth man, but deeply imbued in the secrets of his science. He asked me several questions concerning my progress in the different branches of science appertaining to natural philosophy. He asked me several questions concerning my progress in the different branches of science appertaining to natural philosophy. I replied carelessly, and partly in contempt mentioned the names of my alchemists as the principal authors I had studied. The professor stared. "Have you," he said, "really spent your time in studying such nonsense?" I replied in the affirmative. I replied in the affirmative. "Every minute," continued M. Crimp with warmth, "every instant that you have wasted on those books is utterly and entirely lost. You have burdened your memory with exploded systems and useless names. Good God, in what desert land have you lived, where no one was kind enough to inform you that these fancies, which you have so greedily imbibed, are 1,000 years old, and as musty as they are ancient? I little expected in this enlightened and scientific age to find a disciple of Albertus Magnus and Paracelsus. My dear sir, you must begin your studies entirely anew." So saying, he stepped aside, and wrote down a list of several books treating of natural philosophy, which he desired me to procure, and dismissed me after mentioning that in the beginning of the following week he intended to commence a course of lectures upon natural philosophy in its general relations, and that M. Waldman, a fellow professor, would lecture upon chemistry, the alternate days that he omitted. I returned home, not disappointed, for I have said that I had long considered those authors useless whom the professor reprobated, but I returned not at all the more inclined to recur to these studies in any shape. M. Crimp was a little squat man. Well, time to go back then. "Have you," he said, "really spent your time in studying such nonsense?" I replied in the affirmative. "Every minute," continued M. Crimp with warmth. "Every instant that you have wasted on those books is utterly and entirely lost. You have burdened your memory with exploded systems and useless names. Good God, in what desert land have you lived, where no one was kind enough to inform you that these fancies, which you have so greedily imbibed, are 1,000 years old and as musty as they are ancient? I little expected in this enlightened and scientific age to find a disciple of Albertus Magnus and Paracelsus. My dear sir, you must, my dear sir, you must begin your studies entirely anew. So saying, he stepped aside and wrote down a list of several books treating of natural philosophy, which he desired me to procure, and dismissed me, after mentioning that in the beginning of the following week he intended to commence a course of lectures upon natural philosophy in its general relations, and that M. Waldman, a fellow professor, would lecture upon chemistry the alternate days that he omitted. I returned home, not disappointed, for I have said that I have long considered those authors useless whom the professor reprobated, but I returned not at all the more inclined to recur to these studies in any shape. M. Crimp was a little squat man, with a gruff voice and a repulsive countenance. The teacher, therefore, did not prepossess me in favor of his pursuits. In rather too philosophical and connected a strain, perhaps I have given an In rather too philosophical and connected a strain, perhaps, I have given an account of the conclusions I had come to concerning them in my early years. As a child, I had not been I have given an account of the conclusions I had come to concerning them in my early years. As a child, I had not been content with the results promised by the modern professors of natural science. With a confusion of ideas only to be accounted for by my extreme youth, and in my want of a guide on such matters, I had retrod the steps of knowledge along the paths of time. And exchanged the discoveries of recent inquirers for the dreams of forgotten alchemists. Besides, I had a contempt for the uses of modern natural philosophy. It was very different when the masters of the sciences sought immortality and power. Such views, although futile, were grand. But now the scene was changed. The ambition of the inquirer seemed to limit itself to the annihilation of those visions on which my interest in science was chiefly founded. I was required to exchange chimeras of boundless grandeur for realities of little worth. Such were the reflections during the first 2 or 3 days of my residence at Ingolstadt. Which were chiefly spent in becoming acquainted with the localities and the principal residents in my new abode. But as the ensuing week commenced, I thought of the information which M. Crimp had given me concerning the lectures, and although I could not consent to go and hear that little conceited fellow deliver sentences out of a pulpit, I recollected what he had said of M. Waldman, whom I had never seen, as he had hitherto been out of town. Partly from curiosity, and partly from idleness, I went into the lecturing room, which M. Waldman entered shortly after. This professor was very unlike his colleague. He appeared about 50 years of age. But with an aspect expressive of the greatest benevolence. A few gray hairs covered his temples, but those at the back of his head were nearly black. His person was short, but remarkably erect, and his voice was the sweetest I had ever heard. He began his lecture by a recapitulation of the history of chemistry and the various improvements made by different men of learning, pronouncing with fervor the names of the most distinguished discoverers. The names of the most distinguished discoverers. He then took a cursory view of the present state of the science, and explained many of its elementary terms. After having made a few preparatory experiments, he concluded with a panegyric upon modern chemistry, the terms of which I shall never forget. "The ancient teachers of this science," said he, "promised impossibilities and performed nothing. The modern masters promise very little. They know that metals cannot be transmuted, and that the elixir of life is a chimera. But these philosophers, whose hands seem only made to dabble in dirt, and their eyes to pore over the microscope or crucible, have indeed performed miracles. They penetrate into the recesses of nature, and show how she works in her hiding places. They ascend into the heavens. They have discovered how the blood circulates, and the nature of the air we breathe. They have acquired new and almost unlimited powers. They can command the thunders of heaven, mimic the earthquake, and even mock the invisible world with its own shadows. Such were the professor's words. Rather, let me say, such the words of fate, enounced to destroy me. As he went on, I felt as if my soul were grappling with a palpable enemy, one of the various keys. One by one, the various keys were touched, which formed the mechanism of my being. Chord after chord was sounded, and soon my mind was filled with one thought, one conception, one purpose. "So much has been done," exclaimed the soul of Frankenstein. "More, far more, will I achieve." "So much has been done," exclaimed the soul of Frankenstein. "More, far more, will I achieve, treading in the steps already marked. I will pioneer, treading in the steps already marked. I will pioneer a new way, explore unknown powers, and unfold to the world the deepest mysteries of creation. I closed not my eyes that night. My internal being was in a state of insurrection and turmoil. I felt that order would thence arise, but I had no power to produce it. By degrees, after the morning's dawn, sleep came. I awoke, and my yesternight's thoughts were as a dream. There only remained a resolution to return to my ancient studies, and to devote myself to a science for which I believed myself to possess a natural talent. On the same day, I paid M. Waldman a visit. His manners in private were even more mild and attractive than in public, for there was a certain dignity in his mien during his lecture. Which in his own house was replaced by the greatest affability and kindness. I gave him pretty nearly the same account of my former pursuits as I had given to his fellow professor. He heard with attention the little narration concerning my studies, and smiled at the names of Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus. And smiled at the names of Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus. And smiled at the names of Cornelius Agrippa. And smiled at the names of Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus, but without the contempt that M. Crimp had exhibited. He said that these were men to whose indefatigable zeal modern philosophers were indebted for most of the foundations of their knowledge. They had left to us as an easier task to give new names and arrange and connect it. They had left to us an easier task to give new names and arrange in connected classifications the facts which they in a great degree had been the instruments of bringing to light. The labors of men of genius, however erroneously directed, scarcely ever fail in ultimately turning to the solid advantage of mankind. I listened to his statement, which was delivered without any presumption or affectation. These were men to whom indefatigable zeal modern philosophers were indebted for most of the foundations of their knowledge. They had left to us as an easier task to give new names and arrange in connected classifications the facts which they had in a great degree They had left to us an easier task to give new names and arrange in connected classifications the facts which they in a great degree had been the instruments of bringing to light. The labors of men of genius, however, erroneously directed, scarcely ever fail in ultimately turning to the solid advantage of mankind. The labors of men of genius, however erroneously directed, scarcely ever fail in ultimately turning to the solid advantage of mankind. I listened to his statement, which was delivered without any presumption or affectation, and then added that his lecture had removed my prejudices against modern chemists. I expressed myself in measured terms with the modesty and deference due from a youth to his instructor, without letting escape an experience in life would have made me ashamed any of the enthusiasm which stimulated my intended labors. I requested his advice concerning the books I ought to procure. I am happy, said M. Waldman, to have gained a disciple, and if your application equals your ability, I have no doubt of your success. Chemistry is that branch of natural philosophy in which the greatest improvements have been. Chemistry is that branch of natural philosophy in which the greatest improvements have been and may be made. It is on that account that I have made my peculiar It is on that account that I have made it. It is on that account that I have made it my peculiar study. But at the same time, I have not neglected the other. Branches of science. A man would make but a very sorry chemist if he attended to that department of human knowledge alone. If your wish is to become really a man of science, and not merely a petty experimentalist, I should advise you to apply to every branch of natural philosophy, including mathematics. He then took me into his laboratory, and explained to me the uses of his various machines, instructing me as to what I ought to procure, and promising me the use of his own when I should have advanced far enough in the science not to derange their mechanisms. He also gave me the list of books which I had requested, and I took my leave. Thus ended a day memorable to me. It decided my future destiny. And a quick bump over. Very good. And a return. Okay. And a refresher before we begin. Chapter 3 takes us from the diatheses, which were in the beginning. Chapter 3 takes us from the dispositions, diatheses, that were in the beginning of young Victor Frankenstein's life, to the hexes, to the having, from the havings, the hexeses, that were beginning to form from those earliest trends of disposition, now into the praxis, the doings, the processes by which he begins, the processes by which the hexeses, the havings, the processes by which the havings become materialized. No longer do they remain simply abstract and theoretic, but now, in the earliest portions, the vines which have begun creeping up the lattice of his life are finally, just barely, beginning to take root. Beginning not to take root, but bloom forth. And in that, his passion for knowing the deepest parts of nature, something I very much find myself in the midst of. An appreciation I find myself in the deepest midst of. He is determining his path, as he thinks of it, destiny, fate, fati, Moira. In chemistry, mathematics, and at large the natural sciences, after his deepest disappointment with the old alchemists of the classical period. Well acquainted with their ideas, well acquainted with their ideals, now still bearing the highest hopes for eternal life. He takes up the ambelic, the mortar, the pestle, the mortar and pestle, and formula, to find his way in a pursuit that will define him forevermore as the creator of something great and terrible, as we will see in the coming chapters. And, what would we say that this has done, particularly? Well, more than anything, I think it's just continuing that intensification. But it's adding on more threads, or I suppose, continuing on those threads, taking them from simple threads to a braid. Let's think about that then. And what Chapter 3 does for us who are interested in the structure and function is it takes all of the various threads that we're beginning to form, that had been so thoroughly formed and established in the previous chapters. Continuing on in that phenomenal prose as Shelley has. And further, and cements them, concretizes them into cables. It braids them, intercatenates them together. And with that newfound strength, multiplicity, unity, uses it like a pulley to begin leveraging us further and further into the culmination of this story, one of the many climaxes that will follow, as a direct consequence of the commitments now, from what were mere prospects before of Frankenstein. In the very text itself, we are able to observe. In the very text itself, now having observed the construction of the foundation, we're beginning to see the frame come together. And I think this might be a reading heavy episode. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's only 6 pages. It won't take that long. I say as it takes like another 30 minutes. 30 minutes probably. But that's all right. If it's a little reading heavy, it'll just complement our gameplay heavy one last time. Chapter 4. From this day, natural philosophy, and particularly chemistry, in the most comprehensive sense of the term, became nearly my sole occupation. I read with ardor. I read with ardor those works so full of genius and discrimination which modern inquirers have written on these subjects. I attended the lectures and cultivated the acquaintance of the men of science and of I attended the lectures and cultivated the acquaintance of the men of science of the university. I found even in M. Crimp. Cars. It's a good thing that we're near to the end, at least of the reading portion. And I found even in M. Crimp a great deal of sound sense and real information, combined, it is true, with a repulsive physiognomy and manners, but not on that account the less valuable. In M. Waldman, I found a true friend. His gentleness was never tinged by dogmatism, and his instructions were given with an air of frankness and good nature that banished every idea of pedantry. In a thousand, in a thousand ways he smoothed for me the path of knowledge, and made the most abstruse inquiries clear and facile to my apprehension. My application was at first fluctuating and uncertain. It gained strength. My application was at first fluctuating and uncertain. It gained strength as I proceeded, and soon became so ardent and eager that the stars often disappeared in the light of morning, while I was yet engaged in my laboratory. As I applied so closely, it may be easily conceived that my progress was rapid. My ardor was indeed the astonishment of the students, and my proficiency that of the masters. Professor Crimp often asked me, with a sly smile, how Cornelius Agrippa would... Professor Crimp often asked me, with a sly smile... Professor Crimp often asked me... Professor Crimp often asked... Professor Crimp often asked me, with a sly smile, how Cornelius Agrippa went on. How Cornelius Agrippa went on, whilst M. Waldman expressed the most heartfelt exultation in my progress. 2 years passed in this manner, during which I paid no visit to Geneva, but was engaged heart and soul in the pursuit of some discoveries which I hoped to make. None but those who have experienced them can conceive of the enticements of science. In other studies, you go as far as others have gone before you. In other studies, you go as far as others have gone before you, and there is nothing more to know. But in a scientific pursuit, there is continual food for discovery and wonder. A mind of moderate capacity, which closely pursues one study, must infallibly arrive at great proficiency. In that study, and I, who continually sought the attainment of one object of pursuit, and was solely wrapped up in this, improved so rapidly that at the end of 2 years I made some discoveries in the improvement of some chemical instruments, which procured me great esteem and admiration at the university. When I had arrived at this point, and had become as well acquainted with the theory and practice of natural philosophy as depended on the lessons of any of the professors at Ingolstadt, my residence there being no longer conducive to my improvements, I thought of returning to my friends in my native town, when an incident happened that protracted my stay. One of the phenomena which had peculiarly attracted my attention was the structure of the human frame, and indeed any animal endued with life. Whence I often asked myself, did the principle of life proceed? It was a bold question, and one which had ever been considered as a mystery. Yet with how many things are we upon the brink of becoming acquainted, if cowardice or carelessness did not restrain our inquiries. I revolved these circumstances in my mind, and determined thenceforth to apply myself more particularly to those branches of natural philosophy which relate to physiology. Unless I had been animated by an almost supernatural enthusiasm, my application to the study would have been irksome and almost intolerable. To examine the causes of life, we must first have recourse to death. I became acquainted with the science of anatomy. I became acquainted with the science of anatomy, but this was not sufficient. I must also observe the natural decay and I must also observe the natural decay and corruption of the human body. In my education, my father had taken the greatest precautions that my mind should be. In my education, my father had taken the greatest precautions that my mind should be. My father had taken the My father had taken the greatest precautions that my mind should be impressed with no supernatural horrors. I do not ever remember to have trembled at a tale of superstition, or to have feared the apparition of a spirit. Darkness had no effect upon my fancy, and a churchyard was to me merely the receptacle of bodies deprived of life, which, from being the seat of beauty and strength, had become food for the worm. Now I was led to examine the causes and progress of this decay, and forced to spend days and nights in vaults and charnel houses. My attention was fixed upon every object, the most insupportable to the delicacy of human feelings. I saw how the fine form of man was degraded and wasted. I beheld the corruption of death succeed to the blooming cheek of life. I saw how the worm inherited the wonders of the eye and brain. I paused, examining and analyzing all the minutiae of causation, as exemplified in the change from life to death, and death to life, until from the midst of this darkness a sudden light broke in upon me, a light so brilliant and wondrous, yet so simple, that while I became dizzy with the immensity of the prospect which it illustrated, I was surprised that among so many men of genius who had directed their inquiries towards the same science, that I alone should be reserved to discover so astonishing a secret. Remember, I am not recording the vision of a madman. The sun does not more certainly shine in the heavens than that which I now affirm is true. Some miracle might have produced it, yet the stages of the discovery were distinct and probable. After days and nights of incredible labor and fatigue, I succeeded in discovering the cause of generation and life. Nay, more, I became myself capable of bestowing animation upon lifeless matter. I became myself capable of bestowing animation upon lifeless matter. The astonishment which I had at first experienced on this discovery soon gave place to delight and rapture. After so much time spent in painful labor, to arrive at once at the summit of my desires was the most gratifying consummation of my toils. But this discovery was so great and overwhelming that all the steps by which I had been progressively led to it were obliterated, and I beheld only the result. What had been the study and desire of the wisest men since the creation of the world was now within my grasp. Not that, like a magic scene, it all opened upon me at once. Not that, like a magic scene, it all opened upon me at once. The information I had obtained was of a nature rather to direct my endeavors so soon as I should point them towards the object of my search, than to exhibit that object already accomplished. I was like the Arabian who had been buried with the dead, and found a passage to life, aided only by one glimmering and seemingly ineffectual light. I see by your eagerness, and the wonder and hope which your eyes express, my friend, that you expect to be informed of the secret with which I am acquainted. That cannot be. Listen patiently until the end of my story, and you will easily perceive why I am reserved upon that subject. I will not lead you on, unguarded and ardent as I then was, to your destruction and infallible misery. Learn from me, if not by my precepts, at least by my example, how dangerous it is, the acquirement. How dangerous is the acquirement of knowledge, and how much happier that man who believes his native town to be the world, than he who aspires to become greater than his nature will allow. When I found so astonishing a power placed within my hands, I hesitated a long time concerning the manner in which I should employ it. Although I possessed the capacity of bestowing animation, yet to prepare a frame for the reception of it, with all its intricacies of fibers, muscles, and veins, still remained a work of inconceivable difficulty and labor. I doubted at first whether I should attempt the creation of a being like myself, or one of simpler organization, but my imagination was too much exalted by my first success to permit me to doubt of my ability to give life to an animal as complex and wonderful as man. The materials at present within my command hardly appeared adequate to so arduous an undertaking, but I doubted not that I should ultimately succeed. I prepared myself for a multitude of reverses. My operations might be incessantly baffled, and at last my work be imperfect. And at last my work be imperfect. Yet, when I considered the improvement which every day takes place in science and mechanics, I was encouraged to hope my present attempts would at least lay the foundations of future success. Nor could I consider the magnitude and complexity of my plan as any argument of its impracticability. It was with these feelings that I began the creation of a human being. As the minuteness of the parts formed a great hindrance to my speed, I resolved, contrary to my first intention, to make the being of a gigantic stature, that is to say, about 8 feet in height, and proportionably large. After having formed this determination, and having spent some months in successfully collecting and arranging my materials, I began. No one can conceive the variety of feelings which bore me onwards, like a hurricane, in the first enthusiasm of success. Life and death appeared to me ideal bounds which I should first break through, and pour a torrent of light into our dark world. A new species would bless me as its creator and source. Many happy and excellent natures would owe their being to me. No father could claim the gratitude of his child so completely as I should deserve theirs. Pursuing these reflections, I thought that if I could bestow animation upon lifeless matter, I might in process of time, although I now found it impossible, renew life where death had apparently devoted the body to corruption. These thoughts supported my spirits, while I pursued my undertaking with unremitting ardor. My cheek had grown pale with study, and my person had become emaciated with confinement. My cheek had grown pale with study, and my person had become emaciated with confinement. Sometimes, on the very brink of certainty, I failed, yet still I clung to the hope which the next day or the next hour might realize. One secret which I alone possessed was the hope to which I had dedicated myself, and the moon gazed on my midnight labors, while, with unrelaxed and breathless eagerness, I pursued nature to her hiding places. Who shall conceive the horrors of my secret toil as I dabbled among the unhallowed, as I dabbled among the unhallowed, as I dabbled among the unhallowed damps of the grave, or tortured the living animal to animate the lifeless clay. My limbs now tremble, and my eyes swim with the remembrance, but then a resistless and almost frantic impulse urged me forward. I seemed to have lost all soul or sensation but for this one pursuit. It was indeed but a passing trance, that only made me feel with renewed acuteness so soon as, the unnatural stimulus ceasing to operate, I had returned to my old habits. I collected bones from charnel houses, and disturbed with profane fingers the tremendous secrets of the human frame. In a solitary chamber, or rather cell at the top of the house, and separated from all the other apartments by a gallery and staircase, I kept my workshop a filthy creation. My eyeballs were starting. My eyeballs were starting from their sockets and attending to the details of my employment. The dissecting room and the slaughterhouse furnished many of my materials, and often did my human nature turn with loathing from my occupation, whilst, still urged on by an eagerness which perpetually increased, I brought my work nearer to a conclusion. The summer months passed while I was thus engaged, heart and soul, in one pursuit. It was a most beautiful season. Never did the fields The summer months passed while I was thus engaged, heart and soul, in one pursuit. It was a most beautiful season. Never did the fields bestow a more plentiful harvest, or the vines yield a more luxuriant vintage. But my eyes were insensible to the charms of nature, and the same feelings which made me neglect the scenes around me caused me also to forget those friends who were so many miles absent and whom I had not seen. My silence disquieted them, and I well remembered the words of my father. "I know that you are pleased with yourself. You will think of us with affection. I know that while you are pleased with yourself, you will think of us with affection, and we shall hear regularly from you. You must pardon me if I regard any interruption in your correspondence as a proof that your other duties are equally neglected. I knew well, therefore, what my father's feelings. I knew well, therefore, what would be my father's feelings, but I could not tear my thoughts from my employment, loathsome in itself, but which had taken an irresistible hold of my imagination. I wished, as it were, to procrastinate all that related to my feelings of affection until the great object, which swallowed up every habit of my nature, should be completed. I then thought that my father would be unjust if he ascribed my neglect. I then thought that my father would be unjust if he ascribed my neglect to vice or faultiness on my part, but I am now convinced that he was I then thought that I then thought that my fa- I then thought that my father would be unjust if he ascribed my neglect to vice or faultiness on my part, but I am now convinced that he was justified in conceiving that I but I am now convinced that he was justified in conceiving that I should not be altogether free from blame. A human being in perfection ought to always preserve a calm and peaceful mind, and never to allow passion or a transitory desire to disturb his tranquillity. I do not think that the pursuit of knowledge is an exception to this rule. If the study to which you apply yourself has a tendency to weaken your affections, and to destroy your taste for those simple pleasures in which no alloy can possibly mix, then that study is certainly unlawful. That is to say, not befitting the human mind. If this rule were always observed, if no man allowed any pursuit whatsoever to interfere with the tranquillity of his domestic affections, Greece had not been enslaved. Greece had not been enslaved. Caesar would have spared his country. America would have been discovered more gradually, and the empires of Mexico and Peru had not been destroyed. But I forget that I am moralizing in the most interesting part of my tale, and your looks remind me to proceed. And your looks remind me to proceed. My father made no reproach in his letters, and only took notice of my silence by inquiring into my occupations more particularly than before. Winter, spring, and summer passed away during my labors. And right at the end, another car. Winter, spring, and summer passed away during my labors. And summer passed away during my and summer passed away during my labors. But I did not watch the blossom or the expanding leaves, sights which before always yielded me supreme delight. So deeply was I engrossed in my occupation. The leaves of that year had withered before my work drew near to a close. And now, the leaves of that year had withered before my work drew near to a close. And now, every day showed me more plainly how well I had succeeded. But my enthusiasm was checked by my anxiety, and I appeared rather like one doomed by slavery to toil in the mines or any other unwholesome trade, than an artist occupied by his favorite employment. Every night I was oppressed by a slow fever, and I became nervous to a most painful degree. The fall of a leaf startled me, and I shunned my fellow creatures as if I had been guilty of a crime. Sometimes I grew alarmed at the wreck I perceived that I had become. Sometimes I grew alarmed at the wreck I perceived that I had become. The energy of my purpose alone sustained me. My labors would soon end, and I believed that exercise and amusement would then drive away incipient disease. and I promised myself both an amu- and I believed that exercise and amusement would then drive away incipient disease, and I promised myself both of these when my creation should be complete. Wow, that's a short chapter. Okay, surely not. Ah, okay. It's just for the image. That's a page break. Okay. All good on the YouTube front still. Very nice to see. Wow, okay. Pardon me. Chapter 4 Chapter 4 delivers a climax to the building. Chapter 4 delivers the climax. Chapter 4 delivers the climax to the building tensions that we had been observing in everything preceding. Finally, having gotten everything that he had desired so thoroughly, so passionately, devouringly, at the end of his self-consuming pursuits, he attains reanimation. He attains undeath, the highest achievement of life after life. Just as the character just as Frankenstein himself spent so long in studying endlessly, practicing fervently, and trying by error, and trying and try and trying at the very fringes of the sciences which he himself was so ignorant of not so many years ago. The fruit of his vines upon his self-built lattice, the fruit of the vine upon the lattice of his life is just is so damnably, damningly near to fruition. And yet, at the expense of not only his own well-being, but that of his family, his friends, his friends. And all sanctity of self, which he once held so dear, in sacrifice to knowing. And that portrayal by Mary Shelley of the sacrifice to knowing, which is so explicitly made clear. It is Mary Shelley's portrayal of the sacrifice to knowledge, which is made so thoroughly explicit as that overarching motif which I have described, which has been present throughout in various motifs, which I take the greatest umbrage with. while the piece itself is phenomenal fiction in its own right. The portrayal of human comfort, as is so flawed in the humanist tradition, from my posthumanist perspective, from my modernist posthumanist perspective, from my modern posthumanist perspective, is one that states that techne, episteme, technique, and knowing are things that only have value in relation to the quality of comfort. A quality which is in and of itself so thoroughly subjective that it ultimately has no ethic, that it ultimately has no footing to stand upon, whether we look at ethics, culture, psychology, and in the broadest sense possible, philosophy, and science. That these things are rooted in nothing more than pathos, suffering, emotionality, rather than the pragmatic recognition of what all of these consequences are. What all of these consequences are. Means that unfortunately, if read as intended by the author, this comes out to an irrationalist propaganda piece, if taken for the moral message. The natural consequence thereof, the logical consequence thereof being, be happy with what you have, strive for nothing beyond strive for no great attainments, strive for no higher attainments, and simply allow social dictates to preordain what should and ought not be pursued scientifically, technologically. But that's my take. To steelman the argument, which there is some validity to, it is that we do, and in keeping with my perspective, thought itself is also an ecology. Thought itself is also part of the ecology, because while we are objects as beings, we are yet still in the category of object subject. Because of that, we have to consider, we must know to some extent, we must conceive to some extent what the disruptive and transformative qualities of technologies that we come to an understanding of are going to be. The obvious example of this being something like nuclear physics. The obvious example of this being something like nuclear physics and the internet, not to mention the social media that has built itself upon it. But all things, from Prometheus with the flame to the web developer who's making an indie app. From the astrophysicist to kids selling lemonade at a stand, while we still have that existing in a few places. All of these, every single bit of knowledge and practice has an opportunity cost. It will irrevocably change the course of history. And as a bell cannot be unrung, neither can knowledge. Neither can the birth of knowledge, except by total extermination. Even in total extermination, that it has been is still irreversible. Okay. And now, almost exactly like I thought, being near half an hour over, we are going to take a quick recess, and then we are going to get into Dead Space. So, stay tuned. Hey, and look at that. I was just about, yeah, about dead center perfectly. Okay. Well, we have returned, and now let us get over to a dead space. I have taken the liberty of getting it pulled up, as it ought to be. And now we would cooperate, and are our levels good? Let's see. If I could perhaps stop bouncing back and forth. Huh? And yes, excellent. Man, I do love it when a game just works. Alright, stuttering's out of the way. And the beauty immediately strikes me again. Now we have someone dead in here? Well, very dead in here. Yeah, I'll take a diagnostic.
Seeing you in the control room. Any news on the engines?
Yeah, but it makes no sense. They're out of fuel. The centrifuge is offline. We're tethered to a 4 trillion ton payload. Without the engines, it's dragging us down to the planet.
Can you handle it alone?
Sure, fix the centrifuge, get the fuel running, then do a full restart. But you'll need to stabilize our orbit from there.
Standing by. Fast as you can, Isaac.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be plenty easy. Let's see what's our screen's got here for us. Counter-synchronous orbit. That's not good. Debris field. Yeah, we're definitely too close. Strong advise, yeah. And engine compartment damaged. Awesome. What's that say? Carriage scan. Scan. Thrusters non-operational. No breach in the section. It's a real... I'll actually come back for this. It's a real rarity in games to see any of their screens or things stuck to the walls, anything of that nature, to actually contain relevant information that's useful to the player, if not only they want a bit more in-game emphasis on what the hell's actually going on. Outside of course, something like an audio log, or a text log, or something of that nature. But also a refresher, if they should care. And I can't think of any one to hand that has it quite like this. We were just given a mission. We were just given a mission to get the thrusters and the we were just given a mission to get the thrusters back online, as well as jettison the carriage, and these little screens right here are scrolling by with those exact kinds of details. How about that? Alright, now I think we might have some things to sell off by this point. Perhaps. Yes, I thought we had one of these bad boys. And away they go. Now let's see. Anything good in storage? Can I wear it? I've got to assume this is from the, like, a more true to the first game, pre-remaster version of the suit. Yeah, that's more to what I recall. It looks like the spine and everything has stayed the same, more or less. Keck rig. What do we got over here? I'm a ways off from it. Should I bother with trying to buy my way in? Well, there's a lot of pulse rifle ammo that would get us there, and we seem to be getting boatloads of it, so I think we very well will. I'm sure it is very much appreciated. And that'll do for now. Let's finish. Oh.
Engineering log. Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple reporting. Christ, I still can't believe the chief is gone. It's all fallen apart since the captain died. Everyone down here is on their last nerve. We thought the rioting was the worst of it. Till those things came through the vents. Their faces. Fuck, those were my lunch buddies, Liz's friends, old boyfriends. And out of nowhere, the engines are screwed. Primary's laboring, we're hemorrhaging fuel. Fuck if I know why. I'm taking Danvers to the fuel depot to fix it. Gotta keep the team focused or it'll crack. Temple out.
Yeah, that does sound like quite the dire circumstance. Oh hey, we were on Chapter 3. Well, how about that? Whenever I was doing my editing, it seemed like we were still stuck in back, like the very, very tail end of Chapter 2. I had thought otherwise, but glad to see it's confirmed here. I'm not crazy, mostly. No, I don't recall the way that we got into here. I don't care to retread the path. I know that I've already been there. Okay, yeah, we definitely had come in through here. It's so intriguing to me that the Legacy kit removes one half of the armor. I would think the exact opposite, if not add maybe a little bit more. But it wouldn't be the first time. We have certainly seen, throughout history, various cultures put the armor on the right side of the body, with a bias there too. Yeah, overriding. There is something about paying, I agree. Transparent alloys. You know, we actually have those in real life. There are versions of, if I recall rightly, which I might not, crystalline aluminum that can be made transparent to light. At least the visible spectrum of light. Hmm? latency there. Is this the same tram as ever? Yes, it is the chosen tram. As it ought be. This is a dangerous environment. Sync your rig regularly. I don't think that'll do too much. If I'm being frank. That is just a setup waiting to happen. What the fuck? I didn't do that. Appreciate it's got a little iPad-like insignia on it. That's the preparation room, and that is to centrifuge. Now, I do want to get this side mission done. Especially now that we've gotten the thing that would require a lot of backtracking for writing that lockdown. The machinery may start and stop without warning. I don't think I've ever seen a game give us such a forward heads up. I hope that actually plays out. Shh. Well, it did for that guy at least. And formally I have to ask. So no head? Yeah, that ought to do it. I was wondering what the other slots might have been for. Wait a minute. That... not a weapon? Alright, what do we got here then? Do I just... ah, yes, we have to actually... yeah, I'll put it in this. And a nice... you know what? First 3 are free. Pardon? Well, if that's... oh, shit. Where'd that go? Well, if that's the alternate fire, then what the hell is the primary? I guess I'll try it out on a beastie. We'll see then. Oh, well. Oh! Oh, that's a great way to deal with all the nasties. Think. I wonder how they justify having that. Like a little kinesis field or something? I mean, that's pretty cool, but I'll definitely save that for crowd control. Alright. Yeah. Oh, that counted as another node. Very nice. What do we got here? Yeah, I definitely want one of those. Alright. More capacity. Yes, please. And rate of fire is not too bad either. To do with reload or rate of fire. Reloads. I think reload is adequate for fire. I'm hankering now for another node, though, so I hope I don't miss any other way through. Is it safe?
Autopsy report, Dr. Nicole Brennan. Rig identifies the subject was junior engineer
No!
Swenson. The subject was dismembered after falling into machinery, allowing...
Sheesh.
Need some postmortem spasms. The chest contains a yellow bile seen in other specimens. I've seen this bile react to dead or bioprosthetic cells. The dead tissue is absorbed, recombined, then reanimated. The bile shares genetic markers with human DNA and a growth on the walls. It's all connected to the marker from Aegis 7, but how? Dr. Kine studied the marker. Dr. Kine has vanished. Unless he's with the survivors on the mining deck. You'll rest easy now, David. I promise. End log.
I don't think you rested easy. I'll tell you that much. But that does give us a look into what I was suggesting earlier. Do think very bloody security logs. But it does rather confirm what I was thinking. Man, I should have used one of these bad boys here to impale the oncomer. Now let's see. It indicates that I can't get there yet. Yep. Okay. Well, c'est la vie. A mail terminal in the employee bathroom? Do you just want people to sit in here texting all day?
Security request retrieved.
We need help down in engineering. Danvers, get those wires up. Listen, shut up. I don't want to. I don't want to. Henderson, your teeth. He's pulling his teeth out. Just hold it. Where the fuck is security? Oh, God. He's dead. No, he's alive, but he hit that sink pretty hard. His own teeth. Chief, what the hell is happening? I don't know. Cancel security request. Henderson needs the medical bay. And a shrink.
Let's hear that again. Because I was, I think I missed part of what happened in the beginning. Is, yes, his own teeth.
We need help down in engineering.
Oh.
We need help down in engineering. Danvers, get
Okay, I guess I can't navigate the environment while having that open.
We need help down in engineering. Danvers, get those wires up. Listen, shut up. I don't want to. I don't want to. Christ, Henderson, your teeth. He's pulling his teeth out. Just hold it. Where the fuck is security? Oh, God. He's dead.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Mutilation. I guess it could be to get dead matter. Biologic matter, I mean to say. Teeth, bone, ossified material, very useful. But it seems to the necromorphs only if it's already perished. And I'll certainly say... I'll certainly say... Didn't think I could sell that. That the amount of blood loss that would come from that would be significant. I do wonder why the fellow passed out, though. Maybe from... syncope? I have had the misfortune of experiencing, and I'm sure some others have as well in the audience, that sudden blood pressure drop from massive hemorrhaging. It can knock your ass out in a blink. For those that have also had the interesting experience of anesthesia for any surgeries in their lives, it's a similar experience. No. Didn't I just come from here? Did I really miss an entire portion of it? You're kidding me, right? Okay. Ugh. Oh, that's not good. They keep saying to evacuate the area. I don't see how that would exactly happen. I'm taking one of these bad boys with me. Can I? Yeah! Okay, so I can't use the rig screen while I'm wandering around. But I can use my kinesis. This is not a very safety promising area, I'll admit. I'm glad there's no time limit. Oh, okay. Just as I say that, there might be a time limit. I sure haven't found it yet, though. Unless that was it. That's just a loop back around, yeah. What do we got here? God bless our pawns. Rimworld? Fine Boom? Hello? Nice. Nah. I don't think so. Yeah, I really don't think so, in fact. The spikes just fell from the ceiling. That's some Looney Tunes shit right there.
Warning. Fuel reserves depleted. Main engines offline.
Mm-hmm. Imagine literally getting blown up by something like the kinesis. By something like one of these barrels. Assuming the reality of Dead Space. And you get to watch your fucking legs and arms fall from the ceiling a couple of seconds after you're rapidly put out of shape. Oh. Well, that's convenient. I didn't expect a Skyrim-style maze skip like that, but I'm glad for it. Nice. Oh, okay.
Refueling sequence activated. Additional fuel required for engine restart.
That's for sure. Alright, cool. Did that update my missions immediately? It looks like it did. Ah, shit. Well, that's nice. I'll take one of these, please. Is that another pull down I see over there? Oh, it surely is. Can't believe I missed that. Not the gondola we need, but the gondola we want. While this is nice for tension and all, this also gives us a great time to take a look at the architecture of what is in and of itself a fairly fleshed out world. Oh, hell. No. We don't take that kind of bullshit around here. No, come back, happily. Bitch. Hey. Back off. Cease. I think I might die here. I hope not. What was that medical button? It was F, right? Yeah. I looked it up at one point recently. Glad I remembered that. And that the situation wasn't too dire I needed to know it earlier. Do I have another small med pack? I do! How lovely! I wish that barrel would have had a little bit more blast radius on it, but I'll take what we got.
Done, Chief. Progress report filed by Jacob Temple. The engine problems aren't a malfunction. Someone shut off the fuel lines to the primary engine and damaged the valves to hell and back. We just wasted an hour fixing them. Now we need to restart the south refueling station, but some jackass turned off the power and locked up the circuit breaker. No engines? We're gonna hit planetfall soon. What now? There's got to be someone around here who had a spare access card. Go see. Wait, you hear that? Never go!
I'm sure they won't be a problem later. But you will. Right next to a safe station. That's a bold choice for a nice set of a couple enemies. They have no chill. Kind of respect it. Ah, nice. Thanks for lending us a hand, friend. I also appreciate that they're actually putting crates on shelves instead of just scattering them around the area. Blood of Medusa. That looks a little too close to the necromorphs for comfort. I appreciate the little bit of media lore they've inducted into the whole environment, the whole universe.
Isaac. Hammond.
Daniels? You made it.
Thank God. After the bridge, we thought that...
Glad to disappoint. I barricaded myself in the computer core. I can hear them, but I don't think they know I'm here. Isaac, I've tracked down your rig. You're in engineering, right? I'll get myself admin privileges. Maybe I can help.
Maybe, we'll see. It's not looking good. I can't believe I didn't notice that before. Work safely today. Remember, someone expects you home tomorrow. That's so dark.
Logging security card.
Ooh, exactly what I needed.
Clearance confirmed.
Oh. I was expecting hopefully a second node, but that'll do, I suppose. This is something that damn near anybody... This is going in short, I should probably back that off. This is something that anybody who's making a scenario for a book, a section in a video game, or an encounter in a TTRPG can use. Giving your player the option of what way they want to get screwed, while forcing them to make the option in the first place, reasonably, conceivably, having the ability, as demonstrated here, with the option of either lights or oxygen, either putting you on a time trial, or increasing the danger drastically, reducing visibility. Something everybody can learn from. I know what I'm going to do. I'll take lights off. I got a flashlight. Streamlight FTW. Having little glow rings on these does make it all the better too. I can see something over there. What's... that's just the background. Okay. I knew it! Cheeky fuck. Now that's Looney Tune shit! I love this game. This is where it's at. Since I'm sure this will start some kind of wave, because this is the perfect bottleneck for me to get absolutely reamed, I might as well save. Come on now. There we go. And now into the bone zone.
Refueling sequence activated. Sufficient fuel to fire primary engine.
Okay, I've got a fuel reading. Only a quarter full, but it should be enough.
I still need to get the centrifuge working before restart. Someone really screwed with these fuel lines.
Move fast, Isaac. Aegis 7 is damn close out there.
I'm sure. But I'll take my sweet time to get her done. Man, I totally missed that. 100% whiffed. I know you're still there, buddy. No. Why? You're a ranged creature. Are you getting close? Oh, I did kill it over there. Now where's that? Huh? Did you... Yeah, okay. Grumble, bumble, toil, and trumble. Oh. That's why you're grumbling. You're a smoker. Ugh. I really could have done better at that. C'est la vie. At least I have the medkit for it at the moment. Well... Not making the same mistake twice, though. I'll tell you that much for sure. Hopefully I just won't blow myself up. It sure would be a hell of a time to drop. What is that noise? And I don't know if I missed it, but this would have been a great time to see a huge scurrying of the necromorphs. I could have absolutely just overlooked it. But I don't know. I heard a bunch of noises. Oh, what? Wow, I'm really glad that just jettisoned them forward. I thought for sure I was a goner. Well, that's what I get for having poor discipline on my click. Spring's a little worn. I should probably consider a more resistant mouse. Gross. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? So that's what all the corpses were for. Are you confused in there? They actually modeled transparency. Of Of course, their mapping can't path it out. But that is phenomenal. They'll be back on me later. I just know it. Oh! It did actually break through. That's exceptional. Now get on your knees, Stinky. Wow, you are a fighter. Gross. Ron? What the fuck? Everything evolves into crab. Oh, it's living proof. Is that actually a human corpse? Yeah, that's a torso. With fangs. Yeah, this is just further proof. Yeah, I fully buy into that. Now, let's sell some stuff off. Get some more. I would have sworn for sure that I found me one of those semiconductors. Might have just been one of those higher tier credit cards. I just got that. Credit cards. Oh, fuck. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but the fucking things jumped because I ran over it. These ragdolls, man. They are on a different level. Spook. Right. Forgot we would need one more. Well, I hope we can find another node soon, anyway. It sure would be nice if the plasma shot did the Halo plasma thing, where it actually eats at the opponent, and I can kite them well enough anyway. Especially if it's not in a corridor. And if it is, I have the Ripper. Alright. In another rickety escalator. Escalator? Cargo lift. Elevator. Well, you know, it does escalate in a certain turn of phrase and a certain from a certain perspective. I've been watching some Once Upon a Witch Light lately. I had mentioned it in the last stream. Magnus Archives, also very good. But Once Upon a Witch Light, fine material. Yep, that was one of the higher tier credit cards I saw earlier. You're coming with me.
Clearance confirmed.
And thou shalt open for me. No kidding. I didn't know he could destroy those. No, happy for it, along with the med pack. That'd be positively handy. But, while I'm happy to have this, I'm not happy to see it. Last time we had one of these little stasis lanterns. What'd that say? Leaving the clean zone. Oh yeah, about to get mighty dirty. But the last time we had one of these bad boys, it was kind of a shit show. Are you fucking kidding me? Could have had that bench out here. And there's two of them. Worse. I read that at first as 1,738 hours of being clocked in, and I was about to ask if that was my work time. Pulling a lot of overtime lately. Oh no. If they got out of here, I don't know if this xenomorph yellow bile that was just being referenced earlier is contagious or not. Given the fact that unitology has been saving bodies and everything back on Earth, makes me wonder. I'm not gonna start the decon until we have both of those stasis pods in here, because this would be the prime position to get ambushed. Come here, you. Well, one on that side, one on this side. And now let's make s'mores, like a real camping trip.
Decontamination sequence activated. Please stand by.
Yep. If we don't get attacked in here, yeah, that'll do. You hold still for like 3 seconds so I can actually shoot you. Hurry up. There you are, a little nasty. Even though this was forecasted a million miles away, this is still a really effective ambush. If I wasn't used to this kind of thing, I'd be ruined. This would have me quivering in my boots. There you are. Yeesh. Stop. Hammer time. Yeah, you're not dead. Now you are. I'm sorry, did I see zero gravity?
Decontamination sequence complete. Thank you for your patience.
And looky there. How are we ever gonna decontaminate now? I'm glad my gamer instincts, TM, actually held through though. Oh, nice. That'll be a handy dandy thing to be able to spend all of my dolans on. This place does look clean. Wow. But I guarantee there's at least some of those nasty little critters in here. If there weren't before, there, yep, will definitely be now. Well, so much for decontamination. Hey! That is lovely. You can even see the people in there. Chew your food next time! Gross. You are not that big of an issue. Go. There you are. Don't try and... It's a hallway. You can't go anywhere. I hope I get some plasma ammo soon. Yep, that's my last bit. Well... Okay, then. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hmm? Sure. Even in the far future of the darkness of humankind, we're still bleeping ourselves. Thanks, Google. Well, it's been hours, and I'll say we're still falling. It would be interesting if the game actually did hold to a secret. And again, slippery finger. It's like the Sistine Chapel.
Attach generator modules manually.
In Devil May Cry. This is one of those games where I think I could spend a long time just coming and going throughout the various parts of it to get inspiration. I mean, really, just look at that. And then look at all of that. Truly inspired. What do we got here? Oh. Yep, right. I'm glad I didn't impulsively sell off all of this. Thou art impotent in the face of Zero G. Almost feel bad for the thing. Limping along like that. Almost. Well, at least we found the obvious way to put this back on. I never thought about that before. I really should have. I could have saved myself a whole mess of plasma cutter ammo. Just by pitching the boxes at the walls. This is a game that does really reward creativity, I will say. Inventory full? What? Well, I might as well. Because I definitely need that plasma cutter. Not full, but it'll do. There's nothing I can do with you, is there? No, I don't think there's anything I can do to work with the cancer. Feels like I should, though. And that's just the oxygen container. Man, if only I had looked up. I could have easily saved myself all kinds of ammunition. Unfortunate. Well, I think that's about everything this place has to offer for us. Let's go now. No. What's the deal? Well, that started it up at least. Is there a problem here? Am I just missing something? Do I have to go with the upper level first? Punch my microphone real quick. That's definitely what is necessary. I mean, this is the spot. That's what it's telling me anyway. Let's decon. That's just the elevator. Clutch disengaged. Okay. Is that the clutch? Or a clutch beam? Alright, well, if these are the clutches... what is amiss? Am I supposed to use my stasis on them? I guess that is the answer, eh?
Generator module attached.
Oh. Where you at? Where you at? Stay away from me! Huh? I hear ya. Reveal yourself. There you are, bitch. Wow, I forgot. You guys are tough. Oh. Fuck, dude. Well, that got him at least. So much for whatever he was carrying, though. I'm sure we'll bump into it eventually.
Generator module attached. Clutch engaged. All personnel clear for centrifuge restart.
All right, let's go.
Centrifuge activated. Re-establishing balance with tectonic load.
As you do. Damn, what a sight. I have to go explore that. Oh, I can't take off? Well, never mind then. I guess I won't.
Looks like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is restarting the engines, right? Ready when you are.
Fuck. That ought to have taken care of him, and it surely did. It's no good for us, though, as we're running out of O2. But at least we got some credits. Shit. You're fucking kidding me. Absolute rat bastard. Is there any reason to go over there? Nope. Wait a minute. No, that's where we started. Okay. Now, what horrors reveal themselves to us here? Ooh, a genuine one. Hold your horses, we're gonna make it. See? Told you so. Yeah, we still got like 20 more minutes. Oh no! Not the worm! Anything but the worm! Nah, man. No, you got me all wrong. No, we don't play that game around here. No, we don't do this. Reload! Oh no! Stasis! Stasis! Come on now, stasis! Alright, in the hole we go. That's some crazy sloppy toppy. If ever I have seen it. Oh, wow. Insane. I'm really glad I didn't go hubristically, like, oh, I don't need no fucking save station, I'm golden. I just survived that business. We'll be perfectly fine. Now, this should, I suppose, I assume, have quite the effect. Am I just real bad at this? No, okay. Cool. Gross. Looks like uncured ham. I see that I'm making the creature that's becoming the ship mad. Clearly not having the fondest time with me. Open the door, get on the floor, everybody do the scream and roar. That's what they did to me. Well, that wretched thing almost ate us. Is the stuff on this side any different? Not a bit. That does not inspire confidence. Oh, of course! You are gonna hold still. You don't need them limbs? No, 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 no. I'm telling you, you're for the better this way. Thinking about their body layout, I wonder if those head grabbers, whatever they're called, are like a late stage version of them. That's what we're here for. All right. By the time we get back to where we ought to be, we should be ready to end the stream. That is the right way. Okay. An odd grip. That's like right up on. It's like a magwell grip. Strange.
Got it. Isaac, fuel storage is unlocked. It'll give you access to the engine chamber.
Good! Because we certainly need some help moving forward. I really don't feel like meeting the planet. Not like this. suspense. Bloody hell. We need to expand our storage. Get rid of another one of these. Don't want to, but also do with a couple of those. Onward and upward, I suppose. Zero G fuel contained. Mag boots, mask, no smoking. Yeah, I would hope.
Entering zero gravity.
Woof.
Hey, Hammond. I cracked the secure files. DUC was here for more than just a mining claim, huh?
What do you mean?
This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some artifacts. Something alien.
That's impossible.
But it would explain why Aegis 7 is meant to be off limits, right? Earth God's orders. When the miners found the artifact, they reported hallucinations, paranoia, suicides. But the Ishimura brought this marker on board anyway. Like that was a plan.
Wait. The marker.
Okay, back up. Where's this marker now?
In cargo. All packaged up for delivery.
Nope. This self-references, they're just busting the fourth wall now. I can't say I dislike it. I enjoy that quite a bit. Alright, let's see what we got here. Airlock, fans. Y'all can stop with that. You can get some power. Maybe on second thought, actually. Oh no! I don't think that's what we're about. You hold still for like 3 seconds, and they'll launch themselves through, I'm sure. Come on! Go ahead! Yeah, that's what I thought! Stupid monkey. And freeze. Give me your stuff. There we are. Feels like there's some kind of secret stashed around. Just the way this whole thing is set up. It needn't necessarily, but it certainly feels like it. I didn't want to play Dr. Pimple Popper today. Gross. Disgusting. I'm glad I backed off when I did. This is just walking directly into the place we shouldn't. I'll have that, thank you very much. And I will not forget to equip it, that is for sure. Ah, that hydrazine came right back. Oh, you entertain. It's a me. Lameo. Okay. And we'll give it a shot. Fire wall. Okay. I can dig it. It's like Osmosis Jonesing it, but at full scale. I'm just waiting for one of them to pop. How about one of them, then? Oh, yeah? Alright. Well, how do you feel about that, Buster? Yeah, I won't have to squeeze through next time. I don't imagine that works anywhere else, though, does it? Nope. Glad to have that. I might have bitten off a larger section than I thought this was going to be. But I'm not regretting it. Room service.
Engineering log. My last log. Temple reporting. I can't raise anyone on Wriggling. I think my team is gone. I found the kinesis module that someone used to bust the centrifuge. Burned out. Who would sabotage the Ishimura at a time like this? I'll report to the bridge, if anyone's left. And then I'm finding Elizabeth and getting us the hell off this ship.
I hope that he succeeded. Can I? Not a chance I'm gonna be able to burn that away. Though, I guess I should give it a shot. Nope. Nothing. Literally knocked his socks off. No cap. I don't think I've seen anything in this whole game yet that captures the nasty that is better than this. Does that not do anything? What about if I do one of these? Or is it that bright bit up there that I have to pop? Yep. I have to... Hello? Alright, I didn't expect the little spider bugs from Metro to visit me. That's new. I can allow you to revive, I tell you that.
Clearance confirmed.
What's the dramatic music for? Nothing's even happened. Ah! Shit. It just whoop right in a puddle of gross. But I guarantee this game is what inspired tryptophobia in a lot of people. Well, is there anything you can use? That one will be a savior in its own time. For once, I'm actually maxed out on health. Well... That's all fueled up. That isn't. Nice. Hey, that should have... Oh no, they operate on stock. Well... Oh, what the fuck are you? Oh, no, 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 no. Is that just like an arbitrary health eater? Because that's kind of bullshit. Is there like a swarm I can watch out for, or what? I'm fortunate in that I have it right now to spare, but that won't always be the case. Oh, it even makes a gross sound when it's stepped on. It's brilliant that they considered that. But it doesn't mean I have to like it. I'm not dealing any damage. That ought to do something. Well, I will happily trade that out. Really need to hit up a store. I wonder if that'll be useful later. And I was just in here. That's where we got the audio log. Yes. And I randomly got 2 bars of my health. Swing and a miss. Now there's a recharge station. But where is it? In here. Perhaps it was in the audio log. And of course it was. There we go. Refill, thank you. And come on. Oh! Alright then, well, I guess it is a little too fast to bother with that. That one was just my fuck up, I admit it. Oh, what? No. Oh, there's that thermal. Nice. You know, they always did say the purging fire was the right course. I think they were right. Fucking Xeno scum. Oh, come on. That absolutely should have hit him. No, burn up. You can enjoy your nice little fiesta over there. Alright, fine. I'm glad there is at least some confirmation that I can kill those little bastards. Yeah. We've been going for hours. It'll be fine. We have certainly hit our time, but I think that I will continue on until we get the ship's course corrected, and then we'll call it a good day. Because it has been, on this mighty merriest Christmas, a fine day indeed. Oh, it's nice. We can loop back around. Now there's a bench in here, if I remember rightly, and definitely a store. Convenient for our needs. Yep. The jellyfied. Exactly what we need. Oh, self-promotion. Hapless and heedless. Gotta love it. Now, I do have a node. I will sell off a couple of these. Just because I am flush with too much stuff. Have a productive day, it tells me. The open brackets killed me. That's what I get for all the time. It is good that the mouse is locked to the window, but it does make it a little bit difficult. Then again, I think I do have it just set to regular full screen. I should have went with borderless windowed. But you live and learn. And anyway, this is the finale. Playing Dead Space, at least for the time being. Oh. Yeah, you can wait there. While I take that leg, and that arm. And slap you to death.
Warning. Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition.
Yes, thank you, Computron.
Sequence.
Nah, we aren't playing with you, that's for sure. The normal ones are bad enough. You can hover over there. Nah. Stop, please. Thank you. Good to know that my senses did not deceive me, but I am out of ammo again. Well, I guess despite all the upgrades we piled into that, gonna need a little bit more ammo before we can... Hey! Get back to it. Did not disappoint.
Warning. Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
And there's that note I was hoping for. I'm glad to see we're finally getting some ammo.
Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
Well, I really did speak too soon. But that's not a fun sign. It just means we're getting loaded up.
Warning. Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
Yes, yes. I'll get to it. of all the times to hold the player's hand.
Warning. Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence. Ignition sequence initiated. Please stand by.
Can't believe I walked by that. Never a better time. Oh, what the hell? Nah, man. That's never happened before. Burn. Come on, chip damage.
Fuel outlets secure. Please stand by.
I bet they are, huh? I love that shit. Shit. Oh, that's not good at all. Fire.
Finalizing pre-ignition checks. Stand
Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno! Burn, baby, burn. I think that you can keep your baby back ribs. I won't be needing them. Not in the way you deliver. Hey, it even does crisp them. That's really good effects for it.
Please confirm ignition order.
Yeah, just like 5 minutes. I'll get there. Take that back. Or not. I guess it's just gonna enjoy its time being physically impossibly stuck in space. I should probably use one of those stasis packs. Nice. Take you for safekeeping. Now I have been over here, haven't I? Yeah, I think so.
Engines ready. Please confirm ignition order.
Yeah, I heard. I just know more are coming. Gonna take my sweet time getting up there.
Engines ready. Please confirm ignition order.
Oh, no kidding. But I'm pretty sure I can already make those. Whatever.
Engines ready.
Really? No more big bads coming my way? That's a shocker. A genuine surprise.
Isaac, you did it. The Ishimura's moving again.
No thanks to whoever sabotaged the fuck out of these engines.
You bought us time to figure it out. Autopilot's taking us into geostationary orbit.
Wait, you're flying us through the planet crack debris?
That's what the asteroid defense system is for.
But the ADS is offline. I've got the system readouts here.
Hammond, the Ishimura's in rough shape. A couple of bad strikes could finish her off.
Shit. Daniels, give me all the data you have. I'll try to adjust course. Isaac, take the train from engineering. Meet me on the bridge. I'll lift the station lockdown. We need to work on this together.
Yeah, no shit. Well, anyway. Now that we have the engines all in order, it is time to close out. And not too terribly past either. Alright. So, my final thoughts on Dead Space 2023. It has been a hell of a roller coaster, in that it has been rough, tumble, difficult in all the right ways, trying in all the right ways, and positively a beautiful assembly of techno-demonic aesthetic. I don't think I've ever encountered a game this aesthetically consistent and coherent, along with gameplay that is perfectly serviceable to exactly what it set out to do. It, at least from what I have observed, it came here with the intent to provide a grounded science fiction horror experience, and that's exactly what it's done. From the audio mixing, primarily with its focus not on just stingers, but passive background noise, interaction effects, and a real raw sound, and a real raw lifelike sound to even the most minute actions, to the gunplay, to the combat, which not only has excellent gunplay, but also phenomenal resource management, inventory management, and genuine and challenging economics to boot. To the visuals, which are just as full of texture as they are substance, weaving together something that feels alive, and not just in the organic sense, and not just in the inorganic sense. I'll give what I've played so far a 10 out of 10, and based upon it, I can't imagine that it would disappoint through to the very end. And that's all, folks. So with all that being said, I thank you all for attending today, those who are listening now and will in the future, to Chimaeras of the Void. It's been a fine time together, and I hope that if you found this worthy of your time, your effort, your energy, that you might give it a like, consider subscribing, and share it around. If you want to find us elsewhere, we have X, Spotify, BitChute, TikTok, and the Threefold Edifactory on Discord, all linked below in the description. If you think it might be worth a little bit of your monetary support, we have one-time tipping available on Stream Elements and Patreon, also linked in the description. If you find that it might be, if you're looking at Patreon, we begin at $5 per month at the proponent tier, and that gives you a few benefits like your name at the end of every stream, participation in channel polls, a special place in the Discord server, and access to all of our content served up neat and easy for you. Served up neat and easy for you. But with that all being said, I hope you all never miss your opportunities.